welcome to Sunday Funday. Thank you everyone for coming out. We are Hawaiian theme, as you can tell. Look at all the great costumes, all the great kids, all the great adults. How many of you guys are adults? Thank you for coming out. We just want to run some great racing. So 2 finals tonight, 2 finals. Each race is a final tonight. The first round of racing, the first round of finals, you will get a recon lap. You will get a recon lap. First groups will get guided for the recon lap. After that, you guys will be out there, just watch what they're doing. You're going to go around the track one time. And when you come off, all staging and start line is up on 169 side. All staging and start line is up on 169. Please be out of the way so people can get by you. Don't block up all the lanes. It's not that wide up there. Get off to the side. Lots of room out there between the back and up on top. And please stay out of there. Please keep your sleds out of the dirt and mud. Keep them down on the track unless you have to work on something. If you don't, and we drag a bunch of dirt out here, next year we won't be able to have a late race like this if we don't try and help out, keep as much snow as possible for the national. So please keep your sleds down there. I know the snow isn't clean, it's dirty, but the more we can keep dirt and mud off that track, the longer that snow is going to last, and they need a good 2 weeks to keep it out there. So again, start line staging up along 169. You're going to come onto the track, you're going to do a full lap, and you're going to go down to the bottom of the track. Not like normal. You're not taking off to the right after the finish line. Go around the corner. They've got it marked pretty well. You're going to head off the track. You're going to go back around to the start line, and you're going to start your race. Okay? They will show you what you're doing out there. So just keep in mind, they'll guide you guys, they'll guide you right back up to the start line. That way everybody can get a recon lap and be able to get out there. They might do 2 classes at a time to keep the speed up on recon's laps. So just be aware, be ready for the races. Schedule is, I believe, Jake, is schedule already up on the board besides one I have. Schedule's already up on the board. Jake's on his game today, which is amazing. Right, Jake?
Thanks, Jake.
Thanks, Jake. Big round of applause for Jake. So again, start line staging up on top. You're going to do a recon. Basically, it's a lap and a half. You're going to go off. You're going to go back up around. You're going to go start line. You're going to go racing. 120s, 200s, parents, mechanics, whoever else. 5 feet behind the sleds when we go to start. Anybody touching the sled, touching the driver on the start, you will be scored last. Okay? Lots of people talking about people pushing the sleds on the start line. No more. Back away, or they won't throw the green flag, or if they are caught up on there, you'll be scored last. So back away from the sleds. Let the kids do the racing. Another thing off my list. Let's kick off with a quick little happy birthday to Everett and Carter. Everett and Carter, raise your hands. Everett, there's our boy Everett. There's Carter right here. Happy birthday, you guys. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Everett and Carter. Happy birthday to you. And he's embarrassed. I'd be too. Good job. All right, all right, all right. Okay. a big support here. We got Moto Pros. I don't know if they're here tonight, if they're just coming tomorrow. Anybody from Moto Pros here today? I think they're coming up tomorrow. They're giving away this four-wheeler. We got the other large prizes, generator, grill, four-wheeler. I think there's some other things for tomorrow. We will do the orange ticket drawing tomorrow. You do not need to be present to win. These orange tickets have been handed out all season. If you came every race, you got an orange ticket. Every race you filled it out, and that's what's going to go into the drawing. You do not need to be present to win for those drawings. Again, Moto Pros with the great four-wheeler gift here. Some other large items that will be out there for tomorrow. Our crew. I want a big round of applause for our crew. If you're on my staff, if you're on Sunday Funday staff, I want you to raise your hand. Most of them are over here in the corner. Laura, raise your hand. And there's some people behind the sign you can't see. We don't want to see them anyways. But a big round of applause for these guys. From tech to staging to scoring and timing to the ticket booth to medics to live streaming to announcing, you name it, it takes an army to make this happen. And they all make me look really good. And not that I don't already, of course, but they all make me look really good because they do a great job for all of us. Thank you. A big round of applause to racers, families, mechanics. Big round of applause. You guys are a part of this crew because we all work together on having fun. Hey guys, we have fun? We have fun? Sure. All right, so we're having fun Sunday Funday, and you guys are all a part of that. You guys make that happen. Remember, this is for fun out here. Parents, let the kids have fun. Kids, let the parents have fun. Don't break stuff. We don't want them to work. You want them to work. All right. So, hey, Sunday Funday, all about having a great time. And last but definitely not least, all our amazing sponsors. Guys, girls, amazing sponsors right here. If you guys want to see this come back next year, make sure you tag these people. They are watching. They know. I get texts, I get calls, I get emails after we have an event, and you guys all post something and tag them. They let me know that it's worth their spend to come and hang out with us. All these trophies aren't free. All those prizes aren't free. Those guys make that happen. Every one of these guys, ERX and Hunter Hool, and every one on that list, every time you guys can tag them, every time you can share them, and if you're thinking of going and buying something, try and buy from these guys. They're the ones that make this happen for you. And your sponsors. If your sponsors aren't on here, let's get them on here. You make this happen. It's up to you guys to make this happen. Is if you guys are supporting them, whether it's social media or purchases or whatever, they are what makes this happen. And it's not just here, it's every snowmobile or moto or any racing. Without those sponsors, we can't do what we do because we can't afford everything that makes all this happen. Those mustaches are expensive, let me tell you. Those things are spendy, and the way you kids all grab them here, we better get some more sponsors. What do you think? Hey, so we got some, we'll have some more information tomorrow. Anybody not coming tomorrow, raise your hand. Okay, only a couple. If you're not coming tomorrow, I need to see you after the drivers meeting, please. If you're coming tomorrow, don't see me until tomorrow's drivers meeting. But if you're not coming tomorrow, come see me after this. All right, we're gonna bring up some prizes, if we can get the team to bring up prizes. And if you guys have your phones, right now, we got about 5 minutes so we have all the prizes up here we're drawing. Tag 2 sponsors. I don't care what 2. Go on social media, tag 2 sponsors. Tag Moto Pros, take Erickson, take Hunter Hool, take a couple sponsors while we're waiting for all the giveaway stuff to come up here. And we'll get right back into this in a couple minutes. How many laps? We're going to do 4 and 5. 4 for the kids classes, 5 for the bigger classes, 4 and 5. And if that's running too long, we'll shorten it up. If it's running too quick, we'll lengthen it. And if it's just right, we'll do it again for the second round of finals. So 4 laps and 5 laps, plus the recon before the first round finals. So while we're getting all these trophies up here again, take a sponsor or two, get those phones out, throw a picture up there. All right, all right, well, all this stuff is coming up. All right, hey, one more thing. We want to clean out all the sweatshirts and hats and everything today and tomorrow. Come see Quinn up here. She's got the prices marked down. I'd like everything sold. All that money goes back into Sunday Funday. It all goes back into getting ready for next season. So anything you guys can buy, sweatshirts, hats, t-shirts, buy 2 or 3, she'll give you a deal. Try and get rid of all the sweatshirts, all the t-shirts, and all the hats today and tomorrow if we can, please. We want to get this stuff done. I don't want to store it all summer. Once again, 509, over $6,800 in prizes this year. Big round of applause for 509. All right, 7931, 7931, 7859, 7859. I got one winner. I got 2 winners. Okay, we got 2 of them right here. 7931 7859. Oh, here it is, right here. Alright.
Only thing I would win.
Alright. We got two 509 backpacks. 7867. 7864. 7867. 7864.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, look at you, lucky guy. We got brother and sister. Brother and sister winners. Give them a round of applause. Three $100 AMSOIL certificates. Three $100 AMSOIL certificates. Seven 7810 7962.
Pronounce it right.
All right, that's one of them. 7810 7962. Seven 962. There you go. Lucky winners. AMSOIL. Big round of applause for AMSOIL. All right, we got some beautiful fly helmets. Where's my boy Rambo? Where's my boy Rambo? Thanks for old big old fly, Rambo. Helmet right here. Red fly racing helmet. I look good in that. Black flag. I need a black flag, please. Black flag. 7828. 7828. Here. All right. That's for your good luck from last time. Thank you very much. Good job. All right, we got another one. What size is that one? What size is that? All right, we got another red fly racing helmet. $79.16. $79.16. $79.16. Yep. 79.16, lucky winner. Matches your jacket. Fly racing. Thank you, Fly Racing. We got one more. Youth small. 75.43. 75.43. 75.43. I don't think it's going to fit. All right, big round of applause for Fly. Hey, we got something special here. I've had these for a while. Fly Racing, a big supporter for us for years and years and years, and we've got some helmets about 6 years ago, and we had a bunch of X Games athletes sign them, snowbike guys, freestyle guys, maybe a couple of jumpers up there someplace. But we had some X Games guys sign these helmets. These are pretty special helmets. And I've had them sitting around in my closet for a while. And I said, you know what? Who better to give them to than Sunday Funday peoples? Sunday Funday peoples, you guys want some X Games signed helmets? We're going to give away some X Games signed helmets. $78.57. $78.57.
All right.
$76.09. Fly Racing X Games signed helmet. $76.09. You have to be kidding. Keegan, hey, that's what you get for coming up here and working.
Dude, I told you.
Nice work. Nice work. All right, all right. Big round of applause again for Fly and all their help over the years. I heard you were going to be title sponsor next year for 20 grand. Rambo, you're making that happen? He's got the check up. He's going to write it tonight. All right. All right, the infamous, the one and only CNA Pro Skis. Again, almost $10,000 in skis. $10,000 in skis they have given Sunday Funday this year, which we have given to you. And what a great, great company to work with and to be a part of. Sunday Funday, CNA Pro Skis. We got the U skis. We got the U skis. 79.77. 79.77. Youth CNA Pro skis. Get yourself a pair of skis, buddy. All right, we got to get you with a CNA Pro ski box and get a photo, okay? All right. We need ditch banger, ditch banger, ditch banger, skis, CNA Pro, 77.41, 77.41, 77.41. Comment. All right, hey, all right. Big round of applause for all our sponsors. Big round of applause for all our winners. And we got some more housekeeping. We're going to try and be on the racetrack at 5:45. We're going to try and be on the racetrack. Tomorrow, gates open 8:30 a.m. 8:30 tomorrow. Oh yeah, daylight savings. Don't forget, I might. If I'm not here, please don't let me forget. Gates open at 8:30 tomorrow. Check in 9 a.m. Drivers meeting 10 a.m. Racing 11 a.m. Same thing tomorrow. Two finals. Recon laps in the morning. All right. Any questions about racing, flags, safety? Any questions? Everybody know what flags mean? If you have any questions, come up and see me after this meeting. If you're not going to be here tomorrow, come up and see me. Have a great night of racing.
All right, thank you everybody for coming out tonight to ERX Motor Park. Appreciate you on this wonderful March evening. Here we are at a Saturday night, Sunday Funday here at ERX Motor Park. We appreciate it. Want to give a big thank you to ERX for having such an incredible facility. All of y'all that are snowmobilers are aware that right now it's very difficult to do any riding because as we look around not only Minnesota but Wisconsin, Michigan, anywhere in the 5-state area, there's just not a lot of snow. So there's not a lot of options, but you know what? The snow is still deep here at ERX Motor Park, and we appreciate y'all coming out here to the Sunday Funday on Saturday night. We got another one tomorrow, so this is just the beginning of the fun. We're going to let the riders get out there and do a sighting lap, and you'll see that we are staging everybody on the 169 section is where we're going to have the start. So everybody's going to be staged on the opposite side of the majestic and actually relatively full and not frozen pumper pond. All right, so looks like we got some beautiful weather. Sun's going to be setting here in a little bit. According to what I'm seeing, looks like we got 37 degrees, little bit of a wind. The other thing that's beautiful about these conditions right here is no snow dust, like zero snow dust. But in fact, when we drove in here in the parking lot, when you're rolling through the dirt, there's definitely some dust, not related to the snow. So I want to give a big thank you to our sponsors. I mean, at the end of the day, we can't do these events if we don't have, number one, ERX Motor Park to provide such an incredible facility to run the snow guns at every opportunity they've had this winter to get the amount of snow we've got, our groomer drivers. And I was reminded on my way in here tonight that without those two women sitting over there in that little shed selling tickets, absolutely, we couldn't make this happen. So I want to give a big shout out to them. Appreciate all your support and work that you put in to get everybody in here and having a good time at ERX Motor Park tonight, Sunday Funday. We want to give another big thank you to Playstead Companies, Black Dirt, Rock, Mulch, and More. Save big and buy direct. Thank you for your support, Playstead Companies. They have a mining reserve that's located right here in Elk River, and they offer the most complete line of sand and gravel products available in the upper Midwest. They have more than 200 unique and innovative products. So thank you, Playsteads, for your support. One brand you will see a lot of, I actually wore some of it here on my way in tonight to the Motor Park Chalet. FXR, you'll see all of our volunteers wearing FXR racing gear. All the right tools you need to fuel your full throttle addiction. FXR is made with high quality, innovative materials and design. FXR is the leader in the industry in snow jackets, bibs, pants, motocross gear, gloves, helmets, layer wear, and more. Browse their catalog at fxrracing.com, or something that we have living here in Minnesota, and don't take it for granted, is if you head right on over to Forest Lake, there is the FXR Outlet Store, which is a great little location to go take a visit to and see all the latest and greatest gear they have there. We went there, I think, for Black Friday and outfitted the kids with all their gear for this winter. I'm not going to say that they've necessarily used it as of yet because we haven't had the opportunity, but nonetheless, thank you, FXR, for your support. We appreciate it. Also, folks, I want you to make sure that if you get the chance, come on into the Motor Park Chalet, and we have a full-service bar to make sure you stay hydrated before you get out there and enjoy some racing action. And we should be doing the racing here shortly. We're letting everybody get in a sighting lap. Looks like the snow should hold up pretty good. And we will get everybody lined up and racing. So once again, thank you for coming on out to ERX Motor Park tonight. Want to give a thank you to another supporter, Viking Coca-Cola and Beverage Company. Taste the feeling. Viking Coca-Cola was founded in 1952, and they are one of the largest Coca-Cola bottlers in the U.S. They bottle, can, and distribute Coke products to over 1 million people, about the population of Delaware. They're actually located in St. Cloud. Viking Coca-Cola is a family-owned company that strives to provide the freshest, quality beverage locally to our 11 branches in Minnesota and Wisconsin. Also want to give another big thank you to some more sponsors. Somebody that's been a long-time sponsor here at ERX Motor Park. So back in the day, folks, we didn't have quite the setup we have now, and we would have to bring in lights. And the lights were operated by generators, and now those machines that ran those lights that they would go pick up for every event were provided by Ziegler Cat. Exceptional service backing the best equipment. Ziegler Cat's the exclusive Caterpillar dealer in Minnesota and in Iowa. They offer a full line of machinery, parts, and service, leasing, used equipment sales, and rental. Ziegler Ag Equipment provides agricultural equipment and services in Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, and Wisconsin. If you want a complete list of locations, go to ZieglerCat.com locations. Thank you, Ziegler Cat, for your support. But once again, it looks like we got some of the ditch bangers out there getting some laps in. Everyone just wants to get a sighting lap, kind of get a feel for the track before they're out racing, know what they're up against. And that's always a good thing, because as any of you that have been out here before have noticed, we're starting on the opposite side of the track that we're used to. So right out of the gate, they're hitting that first turn and coming to this box finish line tabletop. So it's always a good idea to let everybody get a sighting lap at the same time, just so they're aware of what they're getting into. Safety is of the utmost importance here at ERX. We have seen some pretty crazy antics on these sighting laps before, where sleds have actually went end over end just trying to do the sighting lap. So, don't think that they're out there taking it easy like they should be, because sometimes adrenaline gets the best of them. I want to give another big thank you to one of our supporting sponsors just north of here up in Malacca is Woody's Towing. You call, we haul. Miscellaneous, they have tiny Northwest Minnesota and Highway 169 corridor. So thank you to Woody's Towing for your support here at the ERX Motor Park. American Solutions for Business. They understand, solve, and deliver. American Solutions for Business was founded in 1981 and has evolved into a leading distributor of print, promotional products, office supplies, e-commerce, and marketing solutions. As a customer-driven company, their mission is to provide solutions that streamline business processes, enhance productivity, and increase creativity while reducing client costs. Thank you to American Solutions for Business for your support. Well, from what I'm hearing on the radio chatter, folks, it sounds as though we got everybody got a sighting lap. They're maybe going to get the groomer out there and just touch up a couple areas, and we should have all the heroes out there racing. So. All right, with that, we're going to get that groomer, touch up an area, but I want to give another big thank you to one of our sponsors, Polaris Think Outside. Founded in 1954, they created an early snowmobile to better travel through northern Minnesota winter. Ever since that, the same ingenuity and ability to think outside has driven Polaris and their brands forward as they pioneer products and breakthrough and enriching experiences that help people work and play outside. Thank you, Polaris, for your support. So you will see our groomer coming across the front of the majestic pumper pond. It's just going to touch up a berm or two and maybe the fit start line, and we'll be racing. Looks like we have 24 races tonight. Anything from 200cc girls, the stock classes, the 120 stocks, the opens, more stock 200s. There's always a lot of 200s. That's always good. And then we get into some ditch bangers, leaf springs, juniors, lots of the juniors. So there's going to be a lot of kids out here that are going to be racing multiple classes. And then we get into the transition. So 24 races. We'll take a break. Coming into the Motor Park Chalet, grab something to drink. Maybe stand by one of the fires that they're getting going right now. And everyone's here to have a good time.
Ain't that right, Jim?
This is still... A berm in tip-top shape. They're going to back up there and kind of get that start line perfect as well. So they're all about making sure you're going to get a good hole shot and get into that first turn. Neck it down and knock that down a little bit and make it kind of nice and smooth so everyone's got an even run around that. Because you want to have good speed coming into the Fox finish line tabletop. I mean, hello. That's where you get all the big photos and you look like a hero coming across that. And remember, from up here in the announcing booth, the best advice I can give you is don't lift. I mean, what do you have to fear? You're going to clear it or land on top. Everything will be fine. What could go wrong? Those are really cool machines. downstairs. Who had the flag? What? Who is that? Sierra Nelson.
That Travis is right.
Maybe you walk in and they're like, hey, how you doing? I'm like, who are you? I don't know, you know.
Travis is right.
Travis Nelson. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Travis. Yes, yes. How could I have not known?
You go way back.
Rowdy.
Yeah, it is.
All right, folks, here we are tonight, Saturday night under the lights for a Sunday Funday. And what we are going to line up, your first race of the night is going to be the 200cc Junior Girls. And they are on the line. We got the 100 of Maven Guyan, the 114 of Sadie Berry, the 179 of Emmy Simonson, the 311R of Leah Pellet. The 406 is Zoe Smith, the 708 of J.C. Carlson, the 730 of Maya Smith, and the 999 of Morgan Ruck. They have gone green as they come around anywhere from 8 to 10-year-olds out there. And it looks like the 100 of Mavin Guyan is your early leader. Boy, Mavic carrying a lot of speed. I'm sorry, Maven carrying a lot of speed coming on the front side of that bumper pond. Everyone lofting the skis a little bit here. Coming off that Fox finish line tabletop. But Mavin's got a little pressure coming up on the outside on the majestic bumper pond rhythm section. Getting shuffled back to second. Coming around now, they will see that green flag for another lap. And your new leader looks like the 406 is Zoe Smith out of Ugali, Wisconsin. Just sometimes this gets all foggy, but I think it will with how warm it is. All right, white flag flying for Zoe Smith, being chased down by Mavin Guyan, and the 114 of Sadie Berry in third. All right, next time around, they are going to have your winner. And then we need the 120 improved stock. You need to be on the line. And the 200 stock, ages 9 to 12, you need to be in staging. Checkered flag is going to be flying this time around. It looks like that's going to be the 406 of Zoe Smith, followed by Mavin Guyan. And the 114 of Sadie Berry. A lot of snow. All right, so we're going to line them up. Looks like the last few riders got off the track. We're going to the 120 improved stock. We got the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, the 126 of Riley Stanek, the 216 of Carter Lang, and the 517 of Noah Abraham. They have gone green. And it looks like we have 5 and 6-year-olds out there right now. Looks like Chase Reinhofer's in the lead right away. How about you? All right, there's a battle shaping up right there. Looks like the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, and I believe if that was that Riley Stanek? All right. That's 517, so that's Noah Abraham that's got the lead. He's sponsored by Rock Speed FX, FXR, and CNA Pro Ski. Second place, Shane Reinhofer out of Malacca on a Cat. There it is. So it looks like right now on the line we're going to have the stock 200s, heat 1 and 2. We have 2 heats in the 200. The white flag's flying for the 120 improved stock right here. Noah Abraham up front being chased down by Chase Reinhofer. Your third place buggy across the line that's one of my favorite wraps. That's the 216 of Carter Lang out of Maple Grove. Sponsored by Fly Racing, Lang Construction, Derby Racing, 139 Designs, Shane Thompson Farms, Mike Bozek, Victory Fuel, Northern Crankshafts, Fowler Parts and Service, and Beaton Farms. And there is your winner, the 517 of Noah Abraham. And Chase Reinhofer in second. All right, so now we're going to get the 9 to 12-year-olds. These are going to be 200cc stock sleds. The 17 of Auburn Owen, the 62 of Daxon J, they've gone green. The 311R of Leah Pillette, 388 of Evan Bowerly, the 524 of Michael Rambo. And your leader, the 939 of Evett Storley, the 545 of Hendrik de Bruin, the 535 of Mason Doffing. 200cc, we got 2 heats of this, so these are fast. Most of these riders started like in a 120 and moved their way up. And you can see it in their riding styles. They start using more of the track, trying to accelerate down the back sides of these bumps to carry the speed, not necessarily just showboat and jump. That is still the 939 of Evett Storley, followed by the 62 of Daxton J out of Lindstrom, Minnesota. Daxton sponsored by Peterson Companies, Anderson Pools, and Bikeman Performance. Daxton chose a wider line and going down the front side of the majestic and very thawed Pumper Pond takes the lead. So there's a battle shaping up there, and they're coming around to see the green flag. Couple more laps to go. So Daxton, your leader. The 939 of Evett Storley in second. And third place is 535, I think, of Mason Doffing out of Hillman, Minnesota. White flag flying as Daxon J comes across in the lead. Boy, but Everett's taking a wide line. They're just going to stay side by side. Checkered flag flying. The 939 of Everett Storley got back by. Daxton J came by in second. That was a great race. That was just your first heat of the 200s. Third place going to the 535 of Mason Doffing. Those are your podium finishers. Putting us on to race number 4, which is again going to be the 9 to 12-year-olds in the 200 class. The 18 of Jace Jeske out of Elk River. The 114 of Sadie Berry out of Chatfield, Minnesota. The 406 of Zoe Smith out of Eugale, Wisconsin. The 603 of Isaiah Cunningham out of Atwater. The 707 of Easton Norman out of Elk River, Minnesota. The 708 of J.C. Carlson out of Litchfield. And the 999 of Morgan Ruck out of Becker, Minnesota. They have gone green. Stock 200, 9 to 12-year-olds. Looks like we're even mixing in a 7-year-old in there, too. So your leader looks like that's the 603 of Isaiah Cunningham. Radio check. So the stock 120s should be on the line, and in staging, the 120 Open and Champs and Pro 206. Looks like the 503, I'm sorry, the 603 of Isaiah Cunningham's your leader out of Atwater, Minnesota. 7 years old, sponsored by Dooley's Petroleum, Atwater Ford, Allied Grain, Ham Seeds, and Fly Racing. Having a white flag flying. One more lap around. That's going to be Isaiah Cunningham. Followed very closely by the 707. I think that's Easton Norman. Next time around, they are going to see that checkered flag. And there's the checkered flag flying in the 9 to 12-year-old stock 200s. That was Isaiah Cunningham that took the win, which brings us to 120 stock class. 120 stock on the line, which means in staging we need to have the 120 Opens and the Pro 206 and the Champ sleds. You're going to be in staging your next up. So stock 120, we're going to have the 5 of Colton Keifel, the 55 of Otto Capra, the 100 of Cash Johnson, the 122 of Breck May, the 215 of Clay Lang, the 410 of Owen Lance, the 623 of Mackenzie Rambo, and the 905 of Willow Abraham. They have gone green. We have got 4 and 5 and 1 6-year-old out there racing right now. Think of that, folks. 4, 5, and 6 years old, and they came out on a Saturday night, Sunday Funday, here at ERX Motor Park to race. And there they are. It looks like your early leader is Cash Johnson on the 100 sled, but the 5 of Colton Keifel definitely putting in a charge, going to take an inside line. Gosh, I love seeing the kids. Nothing like seeing these kids out here just having a good time. They get to go to school Monday and talk about what they did over the weekend, which was race snowmobiles, and people would look at them like they're nuts. Like, where would you have done that? There's no snow. Well, there was where I was riding. ERX Motor Park. Talk about creating memories that they're going to talk about for years to come. The green flag flying still. Looks like now we got the number 5 of Colton Keifel in the lead, and he shuffled Cash Johnson to the back. So your leader, the number 5, Colton Keifel, out of Elko New Market, sponsored by TC Services LLC. And the second place buggy, the 100, they're seeing the white flag, which is Cash Johnson out of Brooklyn Park. Cash, 5 years old, sponsored by Sunday Funday, Minneapolis Motorsports, St. Bonnie Motorsports, ERX Motor Park, and Playstead Pulling. And your third place buggy is Otto Capra out of Chisago City, sponsored by Straight Line Performance and RSI Racing. Otto is 5 years old, so there's a battle of 4 and 5 year olds out there. I mean, that's just an awesome sight. That's the future of snowcross. And on the line, you're going to see what happens next. These kids go from racing the stock 120s into what they call the 120 Open or Champ class and the Pro 206. While the checkered flag flies for Colton Keifel, there was your winner. Second place is the 100 of Cash Johnson, and third, Otto Capra coming across the line. That's how they round out the stock 120s. Which now brings out what happens when you spend more than $500 on a 120. Maybe more than $1,000. Maybe more than $4,000 to $5,000. You end up with a champ sled. So, lighter weight components, lighter weight suspension components, different skis, custom air shocks, mod motors, different handlebars, different risers, different grips, different blah, blah, blah. Everything you can do. That's how you end up with a 120 Open. And then there's also another way to do it, which is you take one and they have a spec class where you get a 206 Briggs & Stratton spec motor. They're all the same. And that's what you're going to see on the track now. Well, keep your eyes open, folks. These are going to be fast. And right there you got the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer in the lead. And it looks like the 106, I believe that was Keegan Ellis in second, if I saw that correctly. Now, once again, last sleds you saw on the track were stock 120s. These 120s have pushed the limit. This is what you can do. If there's any little ounce of performance you can find, they've found it. And that is the 100 was the sled out in front. And I'm sorry, there was the 106 of Keegan Ellis in third. So those two buggies battling out front. I think one of them was Reinhofer, and I couldn't see the number. I didn't have that one on my sheet. Which means on the line next is going to be stock 200, 4 to 8 year olds. There's going to be 2 heats of those. The 21 of Caleb Reinhofer is in second. They just came across, saw that green flag. There is Keegan Ellis coming across. Keegan, 7 years old on a Polaris, sponsored by Hammer Motorsports, Polaris, and Distinctive Iron. White flag will be flying this time around. They come together. Coming down to that Fox finish line tabletop, they came together and they're going for it. The 100 and the 21 of Caleb. Looked like Caleb had a bit of a hiccup, and then they kind of came together there for a second. Boy, for the size of these sleds, they are fast. And their checkered flag is going to be flying this time around for the 100 And then the number 21 buggy of Caleb Reinhofer in second. Which is going to put us in the stock 200 class. So there's going to be anywhere from 4 to 8-year-olds out there. 1 4-year-old, the rest are 5, 7, and 8. So we're going to start off with the 56 of Rory Kimball out of St. Michael, Minnesota, the 99 of Easton Gaillard out of Buffalo, the 103 of Taylor Cunningham out of Atwater, Minnesota, 122 of Carson May out of Aiken, the 320 of Jackson Bauer out of Menominee, the 409 of Hayes Carlson out of Litchfield, the 524 of Michael Rambo out of Lakeville, and the 910 of Henrik Storley out of Elko, New Market. We're letting that last rider get off the track, and we will go racing. We've gone green. So we're going to have 2 heats. These are the stock 200s. And coming across the line first, the 524. That's Michael Rambo. 7 years old, sponsored by Fly Racing, WPS, Grandma and Grandpa, Ryan Benjamin Real Estate. That is Michael Rambo in the lead. So on the line, we have another heat of 200s, and behind them, we're going to get into the big sleds, the plus 30s and the junior 16 to 17s. You should be in staging. Another big shout out to some support we get from the Hunter Hua Foundation. Let his spirit live on. The Hunter Hua Memorial Foundation is dedicated to helping those in need, the advancement and education, and engaging in other charitable purposes. Thank you to the Hunter Hua Foundation for your support here at ERX Motor Parks Sunday Funday. Oh, look at her. So still, looks like your second place sled is Easton Geyer. Sometimes it gets Thanks. White flags flying this time around. All right, checkered flag flying right there. That was the 103. It came down to the 103, and it looked like the 99 of Easton Gaillard. All right, let those last few riders get off the track, and we will go green again. And we are going to be another round of the 200 stock class, anywhere from 4 to 8-year-olds. And it looks like what we're going to have is the number 10 of Brantley Lambrecht, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer out of Malacca, the 62 of Dylan J. out of Lindstrom, Minnesota, the 216 of Carter Lang out of Maple Grove, the 517 of Noah Abraham, the 612 of Jace Wurtzberger, the 710 of Sullivan Smith, and the 999 of Parker Ruck. All right, we just got word that we got those headlights running, so this is stock 200s, 4 to 8-year-olds. Looks like mainly we got one 5-year-old, 6, 7, 8, and only one 9-year-old. They've gone green. That means in staging, we're going to have the plus 30 and the juniors, 16 to 17, in staging. It looks like I see the 999 of Parker Ruck. And I believe that was Caleb Reinhofer. Boy, Ruck had one heck of a line there, and coming across the front side of the majestic and not frozen pumper pond has a comfortable lead. I got to tell you, folks, if you ever get the chance to throw a leg over one of these little 200s, they're a hoot to ride. And at the end of the day, if this is all you and your friends had to ride, it's really all you would need. Funny little story, I do a lot of announcing here with Pat. And years back, each of us happened to have one of these in our possession and decided to get together one evening, and we were going to try to make it to the local watering hole on 200cc snowmobiles as men in their 50s, just to have a burger and then ride home, just for kicks. About 2.5 miles from my house, playing in a ditch, filled with powder, both of us stuck, laughing. The sheriff pulls up. And he rolls his window down and just laughingly looks at us and goes, "Is there kids crying somewhere that need those snowmobiles, or are those actually yours?" And we both just decided to have a good laugh with him and abort our mission, because it seemed quite apparent at that point we weren't getting very far. But fun was had nonetheless. So my point is, if you ever do get a chance, go throw a leg over these. They are actually legit capable little buggies that'll haul any adult body around. And they even make a big boy spring kit for them that makes them even more capable to haul my carcass around. But checkered flags flying right there. That was the stock 200 4 to 8-year-olds. And that will be our transition into plus 30. And this is a combined class. There's also going to be junior 16 to 17. So the 54 of Brian Harmon from Mondovi, Wisconsin is going to be out there as a 44-year-old. The 711 of Colton Winter out of Monticello, Minnesota on a Polaris. And the 712 of Lane Peterson out of Anoka, also on a Polaris. So this is a combined class. And then behind them we will go into transitions 8 to 10. We have a couple heats of the transitions. .712 of Lane Peterson. Woo! Little tappy tap between them right there coming into that turn. Lane and Colton Winter. So that would be juniors, 16 to 17-year-olds. And according to my scoring sheet, they're actually, the ages on the track are from 14-year-old, 15-year-old, and a 44-year-old. You know, keeping it even. Youthful exuberance and experience through age. But your leader is the 712 of Lane Peterson, followed by Brian Harmon out of Mondovi, Wisconsin in second. Colton Winter in third. White flag flying. There's your leader, the 712, Lane Peterson, followed by Brian Harmon and the 711 of Colton Winter. Lane Peterson, 15 years old, in the lead. Sponsored by FXR, Playstead, JP Premier Excavating, All Terrain Fabrication, Lano Equipment, and Minnesota Equipment on Highway 47. He's coming across right there to see the checkered. Give it up for the 15-year-old out there riding in the transition class. I'm sorry, that was in the junior class, which means now we're into transition. This is going to be 8 to 10-year-olds. The 10 of Brantley Lambrecht out of Maple Lake. The 100 of Gabrick Guyan out of Maple Lake. The 114 of Cade Onstead out of Hardwood, North Dakota. The 621 of Diedrich Schwann out of Box Elder, South Dakota. They've gone green. Looks like the 100's your leader of Gabrick Guyan. We also have the 707 of Easton Norman out of Elk River and the 999 of Parker Ruck out of Becker. Green flag still flying. Transition, 8 to 10-year-olds. And we got 2 heats of them. So still your leader, the 100. And the 621 of Diedrich Schwann in second. White flag flying. Boy, the battle's shaping up now. Diedrich taking a wide line there. Let's see if that pays off. Cuts inside. All right, your winner there, the 100 of Gabrick Guyan, followed by Diedrich Schwann. In your third place, the 114 of Cade Onstead. So that's going to put us into another race, race number 11, and this is also going to be transitions, 8 to 10-year-olds. So we're going to have the 018 of Jace Jeske out of Elk River, Minnesota. The 103 of Isaiah Cunningham out of Atwater, Minnesota. The 114 of Sadie Berry out of Chatfield. The 123 of Kelvin Messer out of Malacca. And the 812 of Bernice Theike out of Chatfield. So after this race, we will go to the 200 Open. You should be in staging. And then we go to the Ditch Bangers. Looks like the 812 of Bernice Dykey. If I saw that right with my aging eyes through this not so clear glass window. Bernice getting a little heat coming up there in second place. Oh, we got a rider off in turn one, so we're going to get that yellow flag flying. Looked like that battle for second place caused a little bit of whiskey throttle, or in this case, you know, they're 8 to 10 years old, so it's not whiskey throttle. It's just got a little thrown off line, but bumped into that berm pretty good. Looks like they got her upright. All right, and they got the yellow flag flying, getting that buggy back upright. Rider's okay. Once again, folks, of the utmost of importance here at ERX Motor Park is always the safety. So these sleds do go through a tech session. We're also looking for helmets, goggles, shin protectors, chest protectors. So we do make sure safety is of the utmost. The checkered is flying there in that 8 to 10-year-old transition class. That was your second heat, which is going to put us into the 200 Open. We're going to get all these sleds clear on the track. The 200 Open class, that's what's next. And then in staging is going to be Ditch Banger 13 to 17 and Leaf Spring. Those brave souls that came out here on a leafer tonight. So with the 200 Open getting lined up, we're going to have the 247 of Henrik Storley, the 320 of Jackson Bauer, the 524 of Michael Rambo, the 545 of Henrik De Bruin, the 612 of Jace Wurzberger, the 710 of Sullivan Smith, the 912 of Walter Stracey, and the 989 of Tyler Custodio. This is going to be the 200 Open, so it looks like we have a 7-year-old, 8-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-olds. They've gone green. And it looks like the 524 and the 989. So Michael Rambo out of Lakeville, Minnesota, a 7-year-old, sponsored by Fly Racing, WPS, Grandma and Grandpa, Ryan Benjamin Real Estate. That's your early leader. And if I saw that correctly, Tyler Custodio out of Prior Lake, Minnesota, was coming up behind him. This sponsors a Custodio Home Group and Sledhead Racing. Let's see if they keep that same order this time around. There it is, the 524, followed by the 989. And that looked like the 710 Sullivan Smith, I believe. All right, white flags flying. This is our 200 open. Checkered flag. That was a side-to-side battle. To the point I didn't know if they even saw the checkered. They didn't want to let off. That was a good race. Now we're going to get into one of my favorites, the Ditch Banger. And this is going to be the juniors, 13 to 17. It's a combined class. So we're going to have the 179 of Carter Cunningham out of Atwater, the 716 Jory Cortez, a Mexican Connection out of Zimmerman, Minnesota, the 942 of Bailey Strissy out of Elko, New Market, and even a couple of brave souls that came out here on leaf spring sleds, the 96 of Douglas Summer out of Shell Lake, Wisconsin, and the 284 of Curtis Turner out of Glenwood City, Wisconsin. So a mixed bag of ditch bangers. Your early leader, the Mexican Connection, Jory Cortez. I tell you what, if she wins this race, all the tacos are going to be 50% off tonight. And so far, so good. Jory, your second place tail stand in the 284, Curtis Turner out of Glenwood City on a cat. You know, it's interesting when you look at the time, the difference in age between the first and second place sled. Not only are the riders, Curtis in second is 26, your leader is 17, but the sleds themselves are separated by 30 years, give or take. So once again, the 716, your leader, Jory Cortez, sponsored by PB Blaster, CRC Brake Clean, Gum Out, and Seafoam. Looks like she's rocking that Hawaiian shirt. Second place buggy just gracefully smashing into the moguls. That is the 284 of Curtis Turner. On a cat. He's Arctic catting. Jory getting the white flag. So Jory, as much as she's trying to think about that, you know, seeing that checkered flag next time around, also rolling around in the back of her mind is like, oh, God, I don't think I made up enough queso for this crowd. I'm going to have to get back to the trailer and start making up another batch of queso. And I know we're running low on the verde salsa. I hope we have enough. Jory taking the win. The 716 of Jory Cortez. Second place is going to be going to the 284 right there. One of the brave souls on a leafer, Curtis Turner out of Glenwood City, Wisconsin. In third place, I think that was the 179 of Carter Cunningham coming across on the cat. That would be your ditch banger class, which means next on the line we're going to have another mixed batch, junior 14 to 17 and junior open, so it's a mixed class. They've gone green. It's going to be fast and furious here. Looks like the 7-11 of Colton Winter out front. Colton, 14 years old, out of Monticello, sponsored by Winter Custom Welding, Troy Elder Trucking, Andy's Towing, Curbside Waste, Super Sliders, Rugged Companies, FXR, Rock, Speedworks, CNA, Studboy, Polaris, Ames Oil, and Ultimate Boat Wraps. That is your current leader, 14 years old. Second place is the 383 Orion Bowerly out of Sauk Rapids, Minnesota. 15 years old, sponsored by Fly Racing, Rock, Speed FX, Digital Inc., CNA Pro, Stud Boy, Scott Sports, and Central Hydraulics. So a 14-year-old coming across the line right there. A 15-year-old coming across in second. That's Lane Peterson. White flag flying. Next time around, you're going to see that checkered, and there's your winner. The 711 of Colton Winter. The 712 of Lane Peterson taking second. In third place, buggies, the 383 of Ryan Bowerly. That brings us into another mixed class of what I'd call ditch bangers, but we get a couple newer ones in there too. 98 to 2002, 440 or 600. We're going to have the 68 of Peyton Smith, the 104 of Nathan Crawford, and the 128 of Aaron O'Rourke. And there they come. 68 of Peyton Smith. Looks like he's rocking an edge. Up into the berm and now not rocking it so much. We also have a 393 of Michael Fruth out of St. Stephen. Sleds anywhere from 2007 to 98. And that is a 671, who doesn't appear to be on my scoring sheet. But that is your leader. .393 is Michael Fruth that's in second there. I'm sorry, Mitchell. Sponsored by Crazy J's Bar and Grill, Angle Electric, Opats Metals and Roll-Offs, and B&B Built.
Okay, drone is 10 minutes. I would say it's after this next shot. I'll come down. I don't know, is there people all the way down the pipe? Well, then I'm going to land it in the light right here where you can see kids and people and stuff. Okay? I'm on drone, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna cut to 2. This is the checker, right?
All right, checkered flag flying there. Now we get into another one of my favorite classes. Ditch Banger Twins. This is where we have Mohawks, loud cans, and 10-inch risers. We got the 87 of Jared Christensen out of Rush City. The 133 of Peyton Helmbrecht. The 198 of Brecken Bishop out of Duluth. The 303 of Cade Schwannard. And there's Cade out front right now. The 602 of Brad Watilla. The 716 of Jory Cortez. And the 746 of Hunter Wagner. The guy you see in the lead right now, folks, just a few weeks back at the Ditch Banger National was on the podium. Cade Chouinard came out here. He's from North Branch, Minnesota, sponsored by Fratellone Racing. And he put that buggy on the podium. In second place, I believe what you're seeing there is the 198 of Brecken Bishop. Also on the podium at the Ditch Banger National, sponsored by Amy Jardal, State Farm, RJ Sports and Cycle, Horizon Retail Construction, the Cast Iron Bar and Grill, Minnesota Marshmallow, FXR, Fowler Parts and Service, Bikeman Performance, Thunder Sports, and Caves Customs. Cade Chouinard coming across the line first, Brecken Bishop in second. The third is the 602 of Brad Wotela out of Baxter, Minnesota. He's sponsored by EPI Performance, Power Lodge, and Power Lodge Adventures. So I want to give everybody a big shout out that if you're going to come out here and give racing a try, this is what you're going to see at the Ditch Banger National. These are the buggies that show up, and everybody has a good time. Stands around the bonfires. We got plenty of food trucks. You can come into the Motor Park Chalet, get yourself something to eat. And we have all sorts of great events going on. So this is the Ditch Banger Twins. Cade Chouinard still in the lead. And right behind this, we're going to have Ditch Bangers 10 to 13-year-olds. Right now, we have anywhere from 14 to a 53-year-old out there on the track. And it's safe to say, on the off weekends, they all bang ditches. But tonight and tomorrow, they're here at ERX Motor Park for the Sunday Funday, doing just that. Whoa, we got one buggy off. Looks like Jory Cortez last lap kind of took a soft off over there. But here comes your winner, Cade Chouinard, Brecken Bishop in second. And I think if I saw that right, that was Hunter Wagner maybe taking a third. All right, I'll get our last rider off. There's Jory Cortez, and we're going to go back to the junior Ditch Bangers. Now we're going to have 10 to 13-year-olds. The 00 of Bennett Murray out of Rothsay, Minnesota. The 121 of Paisley Berry out of Chatfield. The 133 of Maddie Anderson out of Otsego. And the 711 of Connor Peterson out of Forreston. So there's 3 Ski-Doos and a Polaris. I see Connor Peterson in second. I didn't quite see that lead one. I believe that's a Ski-Doo, eh? Now the riders out here, we have a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old, and 2 13-year-olds out there banging ditches. And I believe, we can't see the number. But I believe that's Bennett Moray out of Rothsay on that Ski-Doo that's out front, the 10-year-old. Sponsored by On Track Overhead Door. So your leader right now is a green flag going for Maddie Anderson out of Otsego. She's sponsored by Steve's Auto World, C&A Gear, Dairy Queen, Clam Outdoors, Division Stampings, Ring Neck Country Lodge, World Fuel Services, Olives Roadhouse, Junk Masters, Lube Tech, Shift, Creative, Minnesota Battery, and Fly Racing. 13 years old, your leader is Maddie Anderson, which means on the line we're going to have another junior 10 to 13. White flag flying for Maddie. All right, checkered flag flying for Maddie Anderson and the 10 to 13-year-old ditch bangers. The second, Bennett Murray, and the 7-11 of Connor Peterson in third. Which puts us into the juniors 10 to 13. There's going to be a with the junior 10 to 13, we're going to have two races. Heats 1 and 2. First one being the 21 of Tanner Thompson out of Stroud, Oklahoma. The 103 of Hayden Cunningham out of Atwater, Minnesota. The 231 of John Thaky out of Chatfield, Minnesota. 812 of Bryce Powers out of Big Lake. The 814 of Kyra Hassler. And the 952 of Jackson Rath. It looks like Bryce Powers out of Big Lake, your early leader. 13 years old, sponsored by Professional Mechanical and Bikeman. So Bryce Powers in first. John Thaky out of Chatfield, Minnesota in second on that Ski-Doo. And Jackson Rath in third out of Elko New Market. This is just the first heat of the 10 to 13-year-olds. So it looks like this time around your leader will see the white flag. And if he keeps her upright, he's got a good pace going. This is Bryce Powers coming across the line in first. Second place is the 231 of John Thaky. And the 952 of Jackson Rath coming across in third. Next time around, they will see the checkered flag, and that's just the first round of 10 to 13-year-olds. And the junior 10 to 13 heat. You know, I think at this age, when they're 10, 12, 13 years old, I don't even know if they understand what fatigue is. They just keep riding and riding and riding and riding until they need more gas. So the checkered flag flying. That's their first time out on the track, but not the last. We're going to let those last few riders get out of the way. So it looks like what we're going to do, folks, we're going to get that first turn touched up. The berm has gotten deep. So not a lot of places in Minnesota is their ability to have that deep of a rut. But yep, here at ERX Motor Park, where the snow is deep, dirty, and plentiful, they're going to touch that turn up just to make it a little bit safer, so we have a better line for all the riders coming through that first corner. to get into that that Fox finish line tabletop. And our groomer operators do a great job of touching this up. And it takes a lot of people here, even sighting, to put their input in there to say, hey, let's get the groomer up there. That first turn's getting deep, and that makes for maybe not as safe of a racing line. So the groomer operators called into action. Touch that up, and with that, we want to give another big thank you to some of our supporting sponsors. CNA Pro Skis. Ride like a pro. Your sled's brapping and the powder's calling. It's time to make a tracks. Get the most out of every ride with CNA Pro High Performance Snowmobile Skis. It's the ski the pros choose. CNA has a ski for you, whether you're into trail riding with friends and family, snowcross racing, cross country, freestyle, watercross, boondocking in the backcountry, or hill climbing. Trick out your sled with CNA Pro Skis and ride like a pro. Thank you to CNA Pro for your support of not only the Sunday Funday, but ERX Motor Park. We appreciate it. Couldn't do it without it. I also want to give a big thank you to AccuCraft Fireplaces, Fire Reimagined, designing and building custom fireplaces that captivate and accentuate the enduring beauty of fire. Designing those fireplaces that are one of a kind. We want to give a big thank you to AccuCraft Fireplaces. And with that, we're going to get back to racing. Once again, we're going to have the junior 10 to 13-year-olds, the 29 of Bryson Pandalay out of Oak Grove, the 133 of Maddie Anderson out of Otsego, Minnesota, the 195 of Ryan Shemansky out of Blaine, Minnesota, the 256 of Drew Bowerly out of Sauk Rapids, the 406 of Zoe Smith out of Eugale, Wisconsin, and the 621 of Diedrich Schwann. It looks like the 195 of Ryan Shemansky, your early leader, sponsored by Distinctive Drywall and Painting, Dahlin Farms, Polaris, Fly Racing, and 100%. Boy, he's got a good lead going right there. Next up to the line, we should have the Ditch Bangers 1990 to 99, and in staging the Transitions 8 to 12. All right, white flag flying. There's your leader coming across, Ryan Shemansky. 11 years old out of Blaine, Minnesota. Drew Bowerly in second, I believe, if I got that right. I've been wrong before. And then Bryson Pandey in third. Which means, on the line, Ditch Banger, 1990 to 99. There's the checkered flying for Shemansky. The 406 of Zoe Smith coming across the line. The 256 of Drew Bowerly. And they will roll off the track back over into the stage area. The 07 of Luke Addington out of Brainerd. The 32 of Nash Unzi out of Forest Lake. The 83 of Chris Spicer out of Saginaw, Minnesota. The 96X of Brighton Summer out of Danbury, Wisconsin. The 104 of Nathan Crawford out of Plymouth, Minnesota. The 133 of Parker Helmbrecht out of Howard Lake, Minnesota. The 163 of Alex Gillespie out of North Branch. The 602 of Brad Wotilla out of Baxter, and the 623 of Mike Pele. They have gone green. And these banging ditches. It's that Yamaha, the one only Yamaha of Brighton Sumner out front, 19 years old, from Danbury, Wisconsin. Near and dear to my heart is Danbury. We do our fair share of riding the dirt, snow, and anything else we can find. Yeah, ditches. Danbury, if everybody gets the chance, I can tell you it's one beautiful area to go ride. They have a lot of options over there. That second place buggy is like the 32 of Nash Unzi out of Forest Lake, Minnesota. Looks like Nash shuffled by. Nash looks like, let me take another gander here. I'm going to say like a Gen 2 600 maybe. What do you think, Jen? Yeah. Yep, 600 XC. Oh, another Yamaha coming by. Alex Gillespie out of North Branch, thinking he's going to try his luck with the Yamaha. That's something we love to see out here, is a little variety. And we don't see a lot of the Yamahas racing. And with that brand going away here in the near future, which I'm a little disappointed in myself, this will be the last production year you can order a Yamaha snowmobile. So that is your second place buggy. So it looks like, yeah, the 32 of Noah Unzi, the 163 of Alex Gillespie. He's Yamaha, and in second and third is also another one, which is Brighton Summer on the 96X. Once again, folks, if you weren't here for the Ditch Banger Nationals a few weeks back, over 472 of these buggies like you see right here in front of you came out and raced around this track. It was something to see, so definitely want to get here next year for it. The Sunday Funday is a way that we can just keep the fun rolling. And they just had the Ditch Banger 1990 to 99. Well, there's a rider just showboating for the crowd. That's Parker Helmbrecht. Coming across the little high. Give him a round of applause. He's back up. Going to go back over there and kind of rethink about that. Good job, Hunter. We appreciate you coming out here and having a good time. So we have transition 8 to 12 on the line. The 29 of Bryson Pandy, the 103 of Hayden Cunningham, the 114 of Cade Onstead, the 195 of Ryan Shemansky, the 231 of John Thaike, 621 of Diedrich Schwann, the 812 of Bernice Thaike, the 814 of Kyra Hassler, the 952 of Jackson Rath, and the 973 of Wyatt Stressy. And this is going to be transition 8 to 12. And then comes some brave souls that are going to be on the line behind them. Hopefully they don't leave them running because they're triples. And everybody knows when it comes to the greasy triple, it was never really meant for the snowcross track. And now those sleds are pushing, 30 years old. Let's bring them out and race snowcross with them, because why not? So that means in staging the Ditch Banger triples, and behind them Ditch Banger 2000 to 09. And then the one thing everyone always thinks of is, why wouldn't I want to go race snowcross 2-up? There's a great idea. Oh yeah, folks, we have the 2-up race coming up as well. So right now this is going to be the 8 to 12 year olds. It's a combined class. All the lights are on. Boom, there they go. I'll tell you what, we got some swag up here in the ERX Motor Park announcing booth. And I'm going to throw some questions out there that should be relatively easy to answer. And if you can, you come up here in the booth, and I'm going to give you a little award. We got swag. If you can tell me who won this year's overall open class Ditch Banger National. You come up into the Motor Park Chalet and I will give you some swag if you can tell me who won it. All right, so the green flag's going to be flying this time around. Once again, your leader is the 201. I don't know. It was him? 201's not even on here. So Szymanski in second, the 195 out of Blaine, Minnesota. That's what I thought they had said, too. 231 of John Theike in Chatfield, Minnesota.
Is it Jesse Kirschmeyer?
No.
Oh.
It was actually Andrew Carlson.
Oh.
All right. Green flag still flying. It looks like the 231 of John Theike out of Chatfield is your leader. Szymanski in second. They just got the white flag. $8.12. Bernice. She's got the straw skirt on. White flag, so next time around, there's your leader that took it, the 231 of John Theike. That was your leader in the transition 8-12. And now, folks, this is going to be something really special as we let these riders get that last lap done and roll off the track. We're bringing out the greasy triples. Nothing like banging ditches on a triple. And this class is going to be the 33 of Jason Helmbrecht out of Howard Lake. He is 49 years old. The 068 of Peyton Smith out of Montevideo, Minnesota. He's 19 years old. The 71 of Joe Becker riding his wife's sled out of Foreston, Minnesota. He's 45 years old. And you know how Joe is proud to be out here? You know who his sponsor is? My lovely wife is what it says. So go Joe, go. The 77 is Zach John out of Stacy, Minnesota. The 96X of Brighton Summer, that's your current leader. The 163 of Alex Gillespie and the 359 of Greg Becker. Just a bunch of greasy triples out here doing some hot laps at the Saturday night Sunday Funday at ERX Motor Park. Let's see how it, oh, I can hear the triples already. That is the 163 of Alex Gillespie out front on the Yamaha. And in second is the 96X of Brighton Summer on a Yamaha. But the battle is right there, third. Oh. Nothing comes to earth quite like a triple. Just pummels its way into the moguls. And that is the 068 of Peyton Smith in third. I think what Joe Becker's doing back there, he's riding the wife's sled, and he's like, you know, she said it was okay that I raced it. But you know how that is when the wife's like, no, I'm fine. Everything's okay. If you go out there and so much as put a nick on that, you're in the doghouse, right? So he's like, nope, I got to take the cautious approach. She gave me that eye and said, it's okay. You can go race it. And he knew what that meant. Secretly, that meant that if you even so much as follow a plug, you're in the doghouse. So the white flag's flying for the 163 of Alex Gillespie. Coming across in second is the 068 of Peyton Smith. Bunch of greasy triples. And then we're going to have another fast class. Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 is up next. And then we're going to go two-up racing. So this time around, that checkered flag will be flying for your leader. The 1-6-3 of Alex Gillespie, the 0-6-8 of Peyton Smith in third. And that is the Ditch Banger Triples as they finish. They'll be signing autographs in the pits later, folks. Big high five for anybody out there riding a greasy triple. I mean, that's only like one step away from riding a leafer. I don't know. It's toss up one way or the other. One's got heavy throttle pull and some suspension, but then again, it doesn't because it's a triple. The other one has no suspension but very light throttle pull. That's tough. Ditch Banger 2000-2009. Here we go. It's going to be fast and furious. Looks like your leader right now is a 611. I don't see that on my scoring sheet. So we're going to let that pan out. The 4Z of Alex Forsland, the 120 of Kendall Rose, the 128 of Aaron O'Rourke, the 130 of Cameron Rose, the 175 of Reed Zombrowski, 198 of Brecken Bishop, the 716 of Jory Cortez. Ditch Banger 2000-2009, and there's a little shake up there between first and second. Bishop had it, and now Bishop's got it back, riding the tail of that sled. Oh, we got to ride her down. I don't know, I see the headlight on. Woo! Bishop out there just tail standing that thing around the track. White flags flying for Brecken Bishop. There he is, coming across the line. Brecken, once again, 14 years old. This kid has been improving day in and day out. Been racing here at ERX for quite a while. Came out and raced the Ditch Banger. Put in one heck of a performance. And then he's going to see the checkered flag for your winner, Brecken Bishop. Second place coming across the line there would be the 130. That's Cameron Rose out of Dorchester, Wisconsin. And that brings out another great idea in snowmobile racing. Let's take a snowcross track and grab some soul that thought a good idea would be let's ride on the back of the snowmobile around a snowcross track, because what else would I want to do for fun? The 33 of Jason Helmbrecht out of Howard Lake, the 121 of Sadie Berry out of Chatfield, the 133 of Parker Helmbrecht, the 999 of Bernice Theike, and the 9999 of John Theike out of Chatfield. So what you're going to see is they ride two up, and at some point they're supposed to pull in and switch. The passenger is now the driver. And here they go. I don't know if you've ever had a passenger or like a kid on the back or in front of you where, you know, your helmet and their helmet make contact like every 5 seconds. That's kind of what the two-up race is for, is to test the integrity of your helmet. Because there's going to be a lot of smashing and banging between the helmets. But everyone's having fun nonetheless. And suspensions, folks, if you're thinking these are not set up for this, oh, absolutely. They tuned all night long. They got the shocks revalved for 2-up racing. These sleds are built just for this. Or not. There's the red flag, meaning you'll watch them right now on top of the Fox tabletop jump. You have to switch passenger and driver. And away they go again. Now I know when I've done this in the past, I won't tell you the trick to the tether swap, but it involves magnetic tethers. Just saying. Look at him race 2 up, because nothing says graceful flow on a snowmobile like 2-up racing at a snowcross track. They're coming across, 1 lap to go. The integrity of the helmets is almost completely gone at this point. And there was the checkered. With that, folks, come on into the Motor Park Chalet. Get yourself something to eat. We got a food truck out front making an excellent brisket sandwich. I just had one myself. So get yourself a brisket. Come into the Motor Park Chalet. Get yourself something to drink. Stay hydrated. We will touch up the track with our groomer. And we will get back to the second half of the night here. Saturday night, Sunday Funday at ERX Motor Park. Thank you.
Freight is the backbone of the country. As long as people need goods, you're going to need somebody to get it. My name is Matt Bowl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small, we love them all. But we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
My 2 passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today. Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com. When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers at Certified Angus Beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
Auto Value Parts Stores has the parts you need for your car, truck, boat, or RV. With 8 locations in the Finger Lakes, including Canandaigua, Auto Value can help you find the parts you need, like motor oil for that do-it-yourself oil change, electrical wiring and lighting for your trailer. We even make customer-specific hydraulic hoses. Auto Value stocks everything that racer in your family needs. Let us help you locate your part or search online at autovalue.com.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
Freight is the backbone of the country. And as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small, we love them all. But we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
eats and treats. But race 1, second half of the night, junior girls. It looks like Maven Diane, your leader. The 100 buggy, a 10-year-old, sponsored by Dad, Mom, Highway 47 Auto, and Powers Motorsports. That is your leader right now. And the girls under 200 cc. So that is, we have up the track, Raven Diane, followed by the 999 Morgan Ruck. So the 120 improved stock, you should be on the line. And stock 200s, you guys should all be in staging. But currently on the track, you should be junior girls. I want to give a big thank you once again. All the racing that goes on here at ERX Motor Park, we can't do without the support of number one, all you folks that come out here, the families, the cousins, the friends that come on out here and race. But also we have our sponsors, and one of them being the Power Lodge, Parts Lodge. Your next adventure delivered. Thank you, Power Lodge, for your support. The Power Lodge has been serving all of Minnesota, northern Minnesota, and southern Minnesota for over 20 years. The Power Lodge is Minnesota's premier power sports and marine group, offering convenient locations in Brainerd, Onamia, and Ramsey to better serve you. They currently offer 12 of the best brands in the industry, and their multi-store buying cover assures you the best ATV, boat, motorcycle, PWC, field, golf cart, or UTV at the best prices. Parts departments also have the largest selection of parts and accessories, apparel, helmets, and more in the area. So thank you to Power Lodge for your support. The checkered flag flying, and it looked like, was that the 406 Zoe Smith that took the win there? And that is the junior girls. Which means race number dos, which is a little bit of Spanish because I'm bilingual. All right, so we're going to go into 120 stock. We're going to have the Chase Reinhoff for 126, Ryan Stanek, 216 Carter Lang, 517 Noah Abraham. They've gone Caleb Reinhoff. And Stanek, I believe that was. These guys. Oh, we've had some comical nights on the radio, that's for sure. Reinhoffer. All right, that's a 6-year-old out front. That's Chase Reinhoffer. Sponsored by Noah Abraham in second and Carter Lang in third. All right, here comes green flag for Chase Reinhoffer, followed by the 517 of Noah Abraham from Norwood Young America. And third would be Carter Lang out of Maple Grove, sponsored by Fly Racing, Lang Construction, Derby Racing, 139 Designs, Shane Thompson Farms, Mike Botzek, Victory Fuel, Northern Crankshafts, Fowler Parts and Service, and Beaton Farms. Next time around, they will see the white flag, Chase Reinhoffer, your leader, sponsored by Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment, 5-Star Plumbing and Heating, and Ram. Chase coming across again. Carter Lang coming across the line there again, the 216. I love Carter's wrap. He's got the great wrap. It's kind of like that shiny hieroglyphics. Yeah, iridescent. That's like a 50 center. Yeah. All right, there's your winner right there is the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, 6 years old. 517 of Noah Abraham, 6 years old. Somebody please get that on video because that's going to be worth watching. All right, we're on the 200 stock. How are you? What are you doing? You can. What are you going to announce? Yeah. You're not hearing Sean. That microphone's live. Why? Whose birthday? Is your cousin Matt Reeves? Oh, Carter Ham. Well, this microphone's live. Well, you said you wanted to talk. What the heck? Yeah, hop up there. Emmy? All right, folks, in the booth, I have the one and only Emmy Simonson's up here. She's wanting to do some announcing, too, because apparently Emmy missed her race. So we're going to get, like, on-track view. So what is the track holding up like tonight, Emmy? There's a lot of jumps. Is the snow, like, super soft? Is it icy? Like, how would you categorize the snow condition? Close.
Hard?
It's hard. Really? So would you say hard as in it's fast, or is it slow snow?
Fast and slow a little bit.
Okay. What's your favorite part of the track, Emmy?
Probably the straightest part.
The straightest part? What? You're a snowcross racer. You're supposed to be into, like, the bumps and the berms and the bumping.
You go a little bit faster on like the parts that are straight, so you can beat more people.
Okay. I like that. So is that what it's all about, is beating people, or is it more like you want to have a good time? Okay. So what's your favorite place to finish then? First. Okay. That's what brings you out here, huh? How many classes are you racing in tonight?
Just when I raced in the first race.
Okay. But you didn't make the cut.
Yeah, I had to celebrate my cousin's birthday.
Okay, and your cousin's how old?
I don't know, 14 or 15.
Is your cousin racing?
Yeah.
Really?
The two up with my dad.
Oh, well, now that sounds like fun. And what sled do you race, Emmy?
200.
A 200. Okay. Well, you're going to get another chance tonight, or was that it? The racing's over.
I think that, well, I'm racing tomorrow too.
You're going to race tomorrow at Sunday Funday?
Yeah.
Are you going to come announce with me tomorrow at Sunday Funday?
Yeah.
Oh, man, we're going to have fun. We're going to ride our motorcycles here for Sunday Funday. Yep. Yep. Trust me, it's not that I want to, but because I can, out of spite for the fact that this is the winter that never started, I'm going to ride my motorcycle here.
Okay.
So you'll know it's mine when you see the only one parked in the parking lot. And I'd be happy to have you come up here and do some announcing with me.
Yeah, I'm going to do announcing.
Okay, well, right now we have the stock 200s out there. These are 9 to 12-year-olds. Do you know who that is?
Who is?
The 707 of Easton Norman that's in the lead?
No.
Oh. Why not?
Because I've never raced against that person.
Okay.
If they came on Thursdays and
Okay. So how do you like your 200? Did you have a 120 before your 200?
Yeah, I raced a 120 for most of the snowcross years when I was in second grade, and I got my 200 in second grade, and I got to race it for, I think, maybe the last 2 weeks or 2 days of snowcross.
And then you went right to the 200?
Yeah, and the first, and the places I got right when I went, on my first try with the 200, what I won was a first place and a second place.
Okay. So you've adapted your 200 better than your 1. Okay.
And on my 120, it was pretty fun also because I got a first place in a regional, and it also was pretty bad because in the second regional, I almost got first place, but on the bottom of the hill when I almost won, my snowmobile, so snow got in a part and it melted and like water got in a part of it, so it powered down and I got him in last place, but I almost got him first.
Well, wait a minute. Who's doing all your mechanical work?
My grandpa?
Grandpa. Okay. You bring your grandpa up here. I'm going to give him a stern talking to about snow and water getting in and melting parts on your snowmobile.
I think I'm going to actually have to do that, but my grandpa...
Okay.
My grandpa's made a lot of stuff. My grandpa made, I think my grandpa's made a lot of stuff on the...
Your grandpa's name isn't Archie, is it?
No!
Oh, okay.
My grandpa's name is Tim.
Tim Simonson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember that toy, like that toy that has like the thing on it, you can connect it, it has 2 pieces, and it is in like a... Does anyone have a pen?
No.
I need to draw it. Oh. It's like, it has like, it's like a thing you can connect it, and there's like bridges.
Okay. Oh. All right, Emmy's going to be up here telling us about this toy, but right now we're going to move on to the 120 stock class. So we're going to have the 5 of Colton Kneifel, the 55 of Otto Capra, the 100 of Cash Johnson, the 122 of Breck May, the 215, they've gone green, of Clay Lang, the 410 of Owen Lance, the 623 of Mackenzie Rambo, and the 905 of Willow Abraham. And it looks like the 100 of Cash Johnson is your leader.
So it's that blue like with the board drawn at like there's a picture like one side is wood and another side is what? Like the type of toy, like it's make like towers with it.
Like Lincoln Logs?
No, it's not. They're not bricks.
What's the game you pulled?
Jenga.
Jenga?
No. They're like
Legos?
no, it's like a line. And then there's like a horn, and then it goes down, and then there's like a thing that you can connect it to the other pieces down here, and
Like Connect?
yeah, they connect. Like really
Sounds confusing. I'm confused.
it's a cylinder.
That's me.
That's you?
That's Thorson. That's Dewey. That's Dave Settle. Yeah. This is when I was bike racing.
That's you?
Yep. Yep. And these dude like Thor's probably 30 or 40 pounds like Dewey. He's been the hand from Dale.
And I'm also
These are the guys that all mentored me.
I'm leaving back
These
my
were all
trailer
pros.
on race 10.
That was the one part that they did. Wow.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Jeff, push the button when you say it.
This button?
Yep.
This one.
Yep. Then talk when you say it.
Hello. Hello, people. What's radio silence?
answering?
I don't know what that is.
All right, so now we're moving on to race number 6. This is going to be the 120 champs and the Pro 206. So this is a fast class here, folks. They got that checkered flag flying. We're going to let the last few buggies get off the track. And we're going to have the 120 Opens, a $9.99 at Parker Ruck. The Pro 206 class is going to be the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, the 25K of Cashton Nelson, the 106 of Keegan Ellis, and the 612 of Jace Wurzberger. They will be up next. All right, this is going to be 4 furious laps right here, folks. This is the 120 champs and the Pro 206, so it's a combined class. When it comes to the 120 class sleds, this is the fastest of the fast. This is what you would almost call like the open mods of 120s, okay? And they've gone green. Be ready. These things are rockets. Yep. Oh, we got a rider off. One rider off coming into that finish line, but our yellow flag's out there flying. You never rode one of these, did you? Not a mod. Yeah, these are the mods. They're nuts. All right, looks like the battle is between Cody Reinhofer and the 100. Oh, we got another rider off.
They're going really fast.
You know, they are going really fast. So what do you think about that? Would you want to be going this fast?
Yeah.
All right, well, the 21 right now, that's your leader, Caleb Reinhofer out of Malacca on a Cat. His sponsors are Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment, 5-Star Plumbing and Heating, and Ram. All right. Thanks for coming up, Emmy. Have a good night, dear. Hey, grab those hats. Bring some hats back. White flag flying. Last time around right here. Woo! These things are fast. Crazy fast. All right, looks like we are going to go racing again right here, race number 7, second half of the evening. And right now we have moved on to the 200, first heat. Lots of 200s racing. 56 of Rory Kimball, the 99 of Easton Gaillard, the 103 of Taylor Cunningham, the 122 of Carson May, the 320 of Jackson Bauer. They've gone green, the 409 of Hayes Carlson. And right now, it looks like the 524 of Michael Rambo is your early leader, and the 910 of Henrik Storley in second. So that green flag flies once again. Stock. These are 4 to 8-year-olds, the stock 200 class. Anywhere from 4 to 8-year-olds. The 524, your early leader of Michael Rambo. Second place buggies, Easton Gayer out of Buffalo, Minnesota. It looks like rolling across in third. The 122 of Carson May. All right, well, that checkered flag flies. We're going to get more of the 200s out there in the stock class. That was just the first heat. So this is going to be heat number 2 in the 200. So we're going to have the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht, 9 years old, out of Maple Lake, Minnesota. The 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, 8 years old, out of Malacca. The 62 of Dylan J, 7 years old, on the Ski-Doo. The 216 of Carter Lang out of Maple Grove, 5 years old. The 517 of Noah Abraham, 6 years old, on an Arctic Cat. The 612, they've gone green. They've gone green, folks. It looks like the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer is your early leader. Caleb out of Malacca, Minnesota, sponsored by Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment, 5-Star Plumbing and Heating, and Ram. Want to give another big thank you to one of our sponsors here, Cub Foods. Cub is the Minnesota's local grocery store offering the best produce in town, a full selection of meat, seafood, deli, and bakery favorites, pet food, gift cards, and flowers, a full pharmacy and liquor store nearby. Thank you to Cub Foods for your support. Little shake-up at the front. It looks like the 21 got shuffled back but pushed his way forward. And that would be Caleb Reinhofer. Now on the front side of the majestic and full and completely thawed pumper pond. But he has got some competition pushing in. The battle for second and third is changing it up. And there they come. It looks like it's the 6'2 of Dylan J out of Lindstrom, Minnesota. Sponsored by Peterson Companies, Anderson Pools, and Bikeman Performance. Boy, he's putting in some pressure. And they're going to be coming around this time to see that white flag. White flag flying. Gives us a chance to get another big thank you to Erickson Asphalt, a full-service paving company. Erickson Asphalt's full-service paving and maintenance company committed to providing superior customer service, workmanship, and professionalism. They've been serving families and businesses in the Minneapolis metro area for over 30 years. Their experienced team of professionals provide the best solutions possible as the checkered flag flies for the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer. And the Parker Ruck taken second. And that was in the stock 200 4 to 8-year-olds. With that being said, we are going to be on our 8th race. And we are on to the plus 30. They're going to do 5 laps, all right? So we're going to combine class. 3 guys out there. The 712 of Lane Peterson is 15 years old. The 711 of Colton Winters, 14. And the 54 of Brian Harmon out of Mondovi, Wisconsin, is 44 years old. They've gone green. Give it up. The 54 of Brian Harmon out front, ZMS Racing and Bauer Built Buzz's Bar as his sponsors. But boy, he's got pressure coming up from the two Utes. The two Utes chasing him down. Keep your eyes open, folks, because this is going to be a fast one. So we got a combined class. There's 16 and 17-year-olds and then a 30-plus. Old versus new. Now, as history usually would show, if this was a 30-lap race, old would prevail. Youth definitely has the speed in the short term. However, in this instance, the 54 of Brian Harmon came out of the gate just like flying, and he's been holding off the young guys thus far. So let's see how long he can keep that up. Thanks, my love. Green flag still flying for Harmon, and in tow is Colton Winter, the 14-year-old out of Monticello, Minnesota. Boy, Harmon seems pretty comfortable. He's got a good line. But, man, does Winter come in really hard on the front side of that bumper pond. White flag flying, so this is going to be it. Last lap. If you got to make it happen, now's the chance. Jenny. All right, give it up for your winner, the 54 of Brian Harmon out of Mondovi, Wisconsin, followed by Colton Winter in second and Lane Peterson in third. And I see a bunch of headlights over there on the starting line. We've got the transition. This is the first heat. 8 to 10-year-olds in the transition class. Brantley Lambrecht on the 10 buggy, 100 of Gabrick Guyan. They've gone green. The 114 of Cage Olmstead, the 621 of Diedrich Schwann, the 707 of Easton Norman, the 999 of Parker Ruck. But your early leaders, Gabrick Guyan, kind of got a good hole shot and is riding well, but he's got some heat coming up. And it looks like Diedrich Schwann out of Box Elder, South Dakota, is in the lead. Now, Diedrich, 11 years old, sponsored by Rose Horsepower, R12 Designs, Articat, Schwann Motorsports, Mid-Atlantic Energy Services, and Blood Lubricants. That is your leader right now. Diedrich Schwann. In the second place buggy is Gabrick Guyan out of Maple Lake, 9 years old, sponsored by Powers Motorsports, Bikeman, Lundin Ford, Ladinia Landscape, and Annandale Dental, and FXR. White flag flying. Transition. 8 to 10-year-olds out there. You know, I'll say, when you watch the way they ride, you would clearly never guess that age. They manage these sleds amazingly well. And considering some of them are running multiple classes, it's a little easier to say than it is to do. To go out there on a smaller mod sled and then get on a full-size sled and do what they just did right there. That was a great race. All right, transitions, our second heat. They are on the line, the 018 of Jace Jeske. They've gone green, the 103 of Isaiah Cunningham, the 114X of Sadie Berry, the 123 of Kelvin Messier, and the 812 of Bernice Thieke. Bernice taking the lead early out of the Chatfield, Minnesota on the Ski-Doo. Bernice is 9 years old in the transition class. So if a lot of folks don't know, transition means, while the children, I might say, aren't fully developed, they're out there on full-size snowmobiles that are limited in speed. In most instances, that's done electronically by reflashing the computer. The whole point is to get them on a full-size sled, get them on the track, and still get them to learn how to use the power and the differences in handling of a full-size snowmobile. What you're seeing is the future of snowcross, because as they develop, as they grow, as they get taller, as they get stronger, and their riding craft continues to increase, so does the power, because they start taking the limitations away, and the next thing you know, you're riding a full-powered, full-size sled. So the transition class is always packed, as is the 200 classes, because that's where the future is going to come from. So the green flag's still flying for the 812 of Bernice Thieke out of Chatfield, Minnesota. And up next is going to be the 200 Open. White flag flying for Bernice. That's your leader, the 812. Some would refer to that as selective. Oh. In the cross? No. All right, we got the 200 Opens out there on the track right now, and it looks like the 524 of Michael Rambo is your early leader out of Lakeville, Minnesota, 7 years old on a Ski-Doo. His sponsors are Fly Racing, WPS, Grandma and Grandpa, and Ryan Benjamin Real Estate. That is your early leader, Michael Rambo. All right, Rambo's still your early leader in the 989 of Tyler Custodio in second out of Prior Lake, Minnesota. Do ya? Okay. White flag flying. Next time around, they will see that checkered. And that should be flying for the 5-2-4, your winner, Michael Rambo, followed by the 989 of Tyler Custodio. See that? That third place is black with it's terrible. These little things are. There's Rambo. There's your winner. The 5-2-4. Followed by Tyler Custodio. All right, so we're going to let these riders come across the line one last time. And our groomer is going to touch up that first turn because we've gotten halfway through the agenda here. And we want to make sure that we get that turn touched up so everybody has a fair shot at hitting that first turn with some speed. Oh, boy, here we go. Combined class. Ditch Bangers, 13-17. And Leaf Spring. But your early leaders, the 716 of Jory Cortez. The Mexican connection, illegally here but living in Zimmerman, Minnesota. If you notice, folks, she rides that fast because if she doesn't finish this race on the podium, and you probably won't see her taking photos because she's illegally in the country. So she's probably going to head right back to the trailer and just try to go hide out and stay away from the authorities. But your leader, 716, Jory Cortez. And it looks like the 284, Curtis Turner out of Glenwood City, Wisconsin on a cat. He's out there on a leafer. Not so. Oh, he did a little bit of a headlight check, and now he's making sure the berm is still soft in that first turn, which he confirmed it is. He's going to get that sled refired and going. Oh, seems to be a bit of a I think all the gas leaked out of the carbs when it came back to earth so hard. But there it goes again. Jory coming back around. Your leader. So the next time around, Jory, your leader, sees the white flag. Look at her go. 716, the Ski Doo. Sponsored by PB Blaster, CRC Brake Clean, Gum Out, Seafoam, and Cortez Tacos. Some of the best in the business. And next time around, she will get the checkered. Curtis Turner just doing a little bit of profiling there for the crowd. And there's your winner, Jory Cortez. Taking the win. Gives us another opportunity to give support to some of the people that support us, the Northland Concrete. Their philosophy is it's a company is only as good as its people, and that's what puts Northland Concrete at the top of its industry. That brings us to race number 14, which is going to be combined Junior 14 to 17 and Junior Open. Woo! It's a fast one, but it looks like the 383 of Ryan Bowerly got the whole shot. 15 years old out of Sauk Rapids, sponsored by Fly Racing, Rock, Speed FX, Digital Ink, CNA Pro, Stud Boy, Scott Sports, and Central Hydraulics. Wow, this is a fast one. We got Junior Open and Junior 14 to 17. The second place buggy is Colton Winter, the 711 out of Monticello, Minnesota, a little Italian town north of here. So Bowerly, Winter, and it looks like the 712 of Lane Peterson out of Anoka. Bunch of teenagers out front right there. Junior 14 to 17, folks. You know, you got to realize they've gotten to that age now where they're the teens. They think they're invincible. And they're not afraid to grab a little extra throttle, maybe hold it on just a little longer than you think it's possibly right to do. And boy, God bless them for doing it, because it's fun to watch. These kids treat these snowmobiles like they don't have 2 cents into them. It's weird. It's almost like someone else is flipping the bill. White flag flying. And that is Bowerly out front. Boy, it's something to see is the speed these kids can just throw a buggy into a corner. Makes me want to give them another 20 laps and see how that works out. Your winner, the 383, Ryan Bowerly, followed by Colton Winter, the 712 of Lane Peterson, and the 120 of Kendall Rose coming across in fourth. Which brings us into race number 15. Another combined, this is 1998 to 07, and these could be anywhere from 440 to 600s. We got the 58 of Peyton Smith, the 104 of Nathan Crawford, the 128 of Aaron O'Rourke, and again the 393 of Mitchell Fruth. Fruth, your leader, got the whole shot. He's on a Polaris, sponsored by Crazy J's Bar and Grill, Engel Electric, Opats Metals and Roll-Offs, and B&B Built. 28 years old out of St. Stephen, Minnesota. Whoa, showboating a little bit for the crowd there. 68 of Peyton Smith out of the Mana Videos in second. Looks like he's running an Edge. I'm hard to say what. I'm thinking Edge X. But the seat doesn't quite match. I think he might have the accessory seat from back in the day where you could get a yellow seat if you wanted because of all the X accessories. Yep, it is. So that would be an Edge X. Falling rate suspension, never meant to be on snowcross track. Having a good time nonetheless. I thought you were sore. Careful. White flag flying for the 393 of Mitchell. Boy, so many names. So much confusion. And the checkered flag coming out. Check it or wreck it. And there it is, the 393 Mitchell Fruth. Taking the win. Oh boy, that means if you look on the line where there's a plug being fouled and probably some taillights not working, we got Ditch Banger Twins. The 87 of Jared Christensen out of Rush City. The 133 of Peyton Helmbrecht out of Howard Lake. 17 years old on a Polaris. The 198 of Brecken Bishop. 14 years old out of Duluth on a Polaris. The 303 of Cade Trenard. The 602 of Brad Wotelia out of Baxter. The 716 of Jory Cortez. And there's Cade Trenard in the lead. Brecken Bishop in tow. This is going to be a fast one, folks. Ditch Banger Twins. And just so you know, there's some of these sleds that have as much money tied up in them as the modern stuff, okay? Just saying. Cade's buggy out front seems to work, doesn't it? Go take a gander at Cade's sled in the pits, and you'll see why. But right behind him, Brecken Bishop, 14 years old, out of Duluth, Minnesota, sponsored by Amy Jordahl, State Farm, R&J Sports and Cycle, Horizon Retail Construction, Cast Iron Bar and Grill, Minnesota Marshmallow, FXR, Fowler Parts and Service, Bikeman Performance, Thunder Sports Performance, and Caves Customs. Your leader, though, the 303 of Cade Trenard, 28 years old out of North Branch, sponsored by Fratellone Racing. Once again, podium finisher at the Ditch Banger National, Cade Trenard. Bishop, once again, also on the podium at the Ditch Banger. Your third place buggy, the 133 of Peyton Helmbrecht out of Howard Lake. Sponsored by J&J Sports, Justice Brothers, and Gilland Enterprises. And the white flag flying for Cade. He does ride that thing well. He stays low and accelerates. And your Cade Trenard taking the win. Yeah, once again, folks, you might want to head into the pits and take a look at that ditch banger. There's a reason Cade goes around the track so fast with it. A, he knows how to ride it, but B, he's built it to work for him. Brecken Bishop coming across the line in second. And that's going to bring us to another class of ditch bangers, the 10 to 13-year-olds. The 00 of Bennett Murray out of Rothsay, Minnesota. The 121 of Paisley Berry out of Chatfield, Minnesota. The 133 of Maddie Anderson out of Otsego, Minnesota. And the 711 of Connor Peterson out of Forreston. 10 to 13-year-old ditch bangers. These sleds were made long before these kids were ever thought of. Okay, I'm pretty good with math, and that's what I came up with. Looks like the 00 of Bennett Murray took the whole shot, and we got a rider off in the first turn. Our flagger's over there tending to him, but I believe that is Connor Peterson, the sole Polaris that's out there. The 00 out front, that is still Bennett Murray and Maddie Anderson out of Otsego in second. Was it not Maddie? That is her. So your leader now, it looks like it's Maddie Anderson out of Otsego, Minnesota. 13 years old, sponsored by Steve's Auto World, CA Gear, Dairy Queen, Clam Outdoors, Division Stampings, Ring Neck Country Lodge, World Fuel Services, Clive's Roadhouse, Junk Masters, Lube Tech, Shift Creative, Minnesota Battery, and Fly Racing. Next time around, still seeing that green flag. Maddie's been putting in laps at ERX for many years. White flag flying. That was the last time around for Maddie Anderson. Next time around will be the checkered. She's got Bennett Moray in tow. Yeah. And there's the checkered flag flying for the 133, Maddie Anderson. Bennett Moray in second. And that's going to move us on to the 18th race, second half of the night. Junior 10 to 13, the 21 of Tanner Thompson out of Stroud, Oklahoma, and the 103 of Hayden Cunningham out of Atwater, Minnesota. We've gone green. 231 of John Theike is your leader out of Chatfield, Minnesota. The 812 Bryce Powers, 814 Kyra Hassler, and the 952 of Jackson Rath. 10 to 13-year-olds out there right now. All right, white flag's flying. Junior 10 to 13 this time around. There's the white flag. for your leader, John Thankey out of Chatfield, Minnesota. Checkered flag flying, there it was. And the second place buggy was the 812 of Bryce Powers out of Big Lake on his Ski-Doo. Third being the 952 of Jackson Rath. And with that, you know where we end up? The next race. Whoa, what happened? Race 19, this will be the second heat of juniors, 10 to 13. $195 in the lead. Looks like Drew Bowerly. Sorry. As the night goes on and my eyes, slowly fade worse than they were when I started. I believe it's Drew Bowerly. That is the 195 of Ryan Shemansky out of Blaine. That's an 11-year-old. Sponsored by Distinctive Drywall and Painting, Dahlin Farms, Polaris Fly Racing, and 100%. That is your early leader. In second place, looks like the 256 of Drew Bowerly out of Sauk Rapids, Minnesota. 13 years old on a Ski-Doo. Sponsored by Fly Racing, Digital Inks, Rocks, Speed FX, CNA Pro, Stud Boy, Central Hydraulics, and Scott Sports. All right, with that being said, I want to give another shout out to some of our sponsors here. Distinctive Iron, design, fabrication, and installation of structural and miscellaneous metals. Distinctive Iron, thank you for your support. White flags flying as they go around. Next time around, they'll see that checkered. I want to give a big thank you to Premier Marine from Moments to Memories. If you want more information on Premier Pontoons, you can go to pontoons.com. Thank you for your support. And there was the checkered flag flying for Ryan Shemansky, the second place buggy coming across Drew Bowerly. Right there. And third, I think, was the Diedrich Schwann, Zoe Smith, all those names. All right. We're going clear again. We're on Ditch Banger, 1990 to 99. The 07 of Luke Addington, the 32 of Nash Unzi. 83 of Chris Spicer, the 96X of Brayton Summer. The 104 Nathan Crawford, and your leader. That's one of them Yamahas. That's Alex Gillespie, the 163 out of North Branch. So it's still a Yamaha show. Alex Gillespie out front and Brighton Summer in tow. And it looks like the third place buggy is the 32 of Nash Unzi. Want to give another big thank you as they're coming across the line, cutting another lap, to one of our supporters, Nelson Sanitation, from Moments to Memories. Nelson Sanitation has St. Cloud and Central Minnesota's leader in portable restrooms, luxury restroom trailers, septic pumping, portable sinks, hydrovac, televising, and grease traps. Thank you to Nelson Sanitation. As well as Renewal by Anderson. Get beauty and value with Renewal by Anderson. Thank you for your support of the Sunday Funday on ERX Motor Park. Couldn't do it without you. Another one is Hiller Auction. They conduct auctions year-round with their heated 7,000 square foot facility, and if you prefer it, they'll come to your site. They're experienced in time online auctions and hold them to the same high standards as they do all their auctions. So they offer the customers the sign-up option for online emails. Visit hillerauction.com. And with that being said, the white flag's flying. This is Ditch Banger 90 to 1999. And it looks like the winner coming across to see that checkered next time around is going to be the 163 of Alex Gillespie. No, the 32 of Nash Unzi takes it. Alex Gillespie in second, and Brighton Sumner in third out of Danbury, Wisconsin. Which brings us to transition combined 8 to 12. We're going to have the 29 of Bryson Pandy, the 103 of Hayden Cunningham out of Atwater, Minnesota, the 114 of Cade Onstead, the 185 Ryan Shemansky out of Blaine, the 231 of John Thaike, 621 of Diedrich Schwann, the 812 of Bernice Thaike, the 814 Kyra Hassler, the 852 of Jackson Raft, and the 973 of Wyatt Stressy. This is going to be transition 8 to 12. We have gone green. Transition 8 to 12, combined class. 231 of John Thaike, looks like is your early leader. Followed by the 311 or something. Yep. Looked like I saw Hayden Cunningham there getting shuffled back to third. But boy, your leader is just running away. Away. Doe, a deer, a female deer. Second place, the 195 of Ryan Shemansky. And looks like Hayden Cunningham in third. White flag flying, so here we are, transition 8 to 12 combined. Checkered flag flying right there, and that is the transition 8 to 12 combined. We're winding down, folks. We got a few left. Track's getting a little chewed up, but we're going to let them run. Because you know what? Now we're going to get out the ditch banger triples, the greasy triples. And you don't want a smooth track when you're going to run those. I mean, how else are you going to blow up a triple motor unless you got rough terrain? sacked out shocks. Here they go, the greasy triples coming around the track here at ERX Sunday Funday. The 77 is Zach John out of Stacy, Minnesota is in the lead. And Brighton Sumner in second out of Danbury, Wisconsin. Oh, yeah, listen to that. A Thundercat. Mountain Max. 33 of Jason Helmbrecht out of Howard Lake, Minnesota. Sponsored by J&J Sports, Justice Brothers, and Gilland Enterprises. If he can keep that Thundercat going up front, boy, he's definitely acting as though a groomer when he hits those bumps wrong, though. There is a lot of snow getting dispersed. The wrong snowmobile to go ride around a snowcross track, but God bless him for doing it. That is the 77 of Zach John, Stacy, Minnesota, Arctic catting around a snowcross track on a greasy triple. Whew. Let's give these guys 40 laps and see what happens. Peyton Smith now in third. All right, that is the 77 of Zach John seeing the white flag first, followed by the 163 of Alex Gillespie and the 068 of Peyton Smith. Next time around, there's a Thundercat. Okay, remember this, folks, a Thundercat that's going to see the checkered flag at a snowcross race, okay? Hello? You don't see that happen very often, and there's a reason. His forearms now double as thighs because he can hardly hang on to anything. That was me at a ditch banger triples, which means we got 2 more races left. We got the Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009, the 4Z of Alex Forsland, the 120 of Kendall Rose, the 128 of Aaron O'Rourke, the 130 of Cameron Rose, the 175 of Reed Zaborowski, the 198 of Bracken Bishop, 716 of Jory Cortez, and it looks like the 120 of Kendall Rose is your early leader. Green flag still flying in our Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 class. There's the white as the 671 comes across the line. Brecken Bishop in tow, the 198, and then the 130 buggy of Cameron Rose out of Dorchester, Wisconsin, where the cheese is plentiful and the beer is like water. Checkered flag ready to fly this time around. There's your winner, the 671 buggy. Brecken Bishop second, and the 130 buggy of Cameron Rose. And from here, it just turns into a complete melee of nobody knows what's happening because it's a two-up race. All right, let's go two-up racing. That's the thing to do in snowcross. Pile two people onto a sled, do laps around the track because, you know, that's the thing to do. Snowcross isn't tough enough. With the jumps, the berms, the soft snow, the fast line, the slow line, the off cambers. Let's just add another human to the snowmobile and make things more challenging. That's what we thought would be a great idea. Therefore, we have the two-up race. And they're about to go green. And what they typically do is a couple of laps, they wave a red flag, meaning they need to stop on top of the Fox tabletop, and they need to switch. The passenger now becomes the driver, and they do two more laps. So we're making sure the track is ready. And there's plenty of them out there. They have gone green. The 103 got the whole shot. Nope. So that's good. So I want to give a big thank you. All these two-up riders are out there. Give everyone a big thanks. Your friends, your family, tell them all about Sunday Funday. Tell them all the good times you have at ERX Motor Park. You came out on a winter that never started and you watched people race snowmobiles around a track that is wider, longer, and better than any other track in North America right now. And you had a good time. So bring them on out here tomorrow all day long. We have another Sunday Funday event planned. There's a national coming up in only a few weeks. So a big thank you to all you friends and families that came on out tonight to enjoy the evening with us. All you two-up racers that are out there right now doing everything that nobody said would be fun, which is racing two-up with snowcross. Thank you for coming out. And please, share the message, get more people out here because we're all having a good time, and what better to do than these people go to school, go to work Monday and talk about where they were this weekend at ERX Motor Park Sunday Funday. On top of the Fox finish line, you see the team stopping, swapping passenger to driver. So thank you for all the friends and families, racers that came to ERX Motor Park Saturday night. Sunday Funday. Tomorrow we'll be back all day long, and it's going to be Leprechaun Day, huh? Ooh, what about me Lucky Charms? So make sure to dress up in your green. There might even be beverages that are green that you could enjoy as well. And once again, we're going to come back and do it all tomorrow. It's supposed to be 45 degrees and sunny. Should be a great day here of racing at ERX Motor Park. I challenge you, if you're here now, I'm riding my motorcycle here tomorrow just because, just out of spite, because we can't snowmobile. Unless you're at ERX Motor Park for the Sunday Funday, in which case you can just suit up, race, and have a great time. So thank you for everybody coming on out tonight. There goes the checkered flag flying. Want to say thank you for everybody making it a great evening here tonight. And with that, we will let the final few racers come across the line. See the checkered flag flying. Coming into the Motor Park Chalet, go out and hang out by the fires. Get yourself something to drink, something to eat. And thank you for coming. We will see you tomorrow.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small, we love them all. But we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. and I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
Auto Value Parts Stores has the parts you need for your car, truck, boat, or RV. With 8 locations in the Finger Lakes, including Canandaigua, Auto Value can help you find the parts you need, like motor oil for that do-it-yourself oil change, electrical wiring and lighting for your trailer. We even make customer-specific hydraulic hoses. Auto Value stocks everything that racer in your family needs. Let us help you locate your part or search online at autovalue.com.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.